All right, let's see if I'm back. And I think my headset's kind of working now. There we go. I can listen to music. Yay! Yeah, right now we're getting some storms. It's funny because like I got coworkers that like get hit first. They're more west. So they're getting stuff first. So I just had a coworker. It was funny, like right before I started streaming, sent the text message like, "Oh, the big storm's here. I'm gonna step away for a bit." And then like literally like just my house loses power. It's back though. We'll see. We'll see. I'll try again. I'll try and stream again. Let's hop into here. We'll do a little modding. I just got to make sure to save frequently. Oh, thank God I have water. All right. I figure I'll do a little modding, and then I'm gonna try out ViesCraft again. Man, I gotta trim this facial hair. Make myself look presentable. I gotta clean up my desk a bit. All right, here we go. We're back. What was I working on, guys? What was I think I added a light source, but that's right. I didn't want to add it this way. I wanted to do more like a dynamic light source. Yes, this is all coming back to me. But I'm not sure if I really want to do that either. See, like, the idea would be you put in a lacrima, and then this gives off light. Do these give off light? Torch lights, that's what that is. I'm like, why is there so much light around? It should be dark. Let's do... Here, let's put this back down. And we'll do a quick reload, save all. That makes sense. I'm thinking, like, if it gives off, like, a subtle kind of blue light. Yes. Okay, that's a little better. I wish like particles could like not necessarily give off light, but I just wish they like you could set something to where you could see them better in the dark. Would be nice. Actually, it looks pretty cool. This stuff is looking pretty good. Whoops. All right, so we put that in the particle spawn, and as I pump mana into it, each tick, it kind of spawns the particles, and then I have them kind of going in. So it's basically spawning them in a sphere. And then I'm giving them enough velocity to go towards the center point. So it looks like you're siphoning your mana into it. I think let's... Yeah, so your arm kind of goes up in the standard use. Whoops. Ugh, look at this guy. What did I pick? Let's see. Let's make our standard guy. Need some underwear, tuba, high pitched. Husky, it's real this time. Yeah. I just started streaming and like maybe 5 minutes in, I lost power. We have tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings right now until 3, so for a couple more hours. So I'm taking a risk. Taking a risk with this. If I just suddenly go offline, just know that I am probably safe. It's become a rust mage. There we go. That's the Vice we all know and love. All right, the Lorax. How you doing, RC? There we go. Let's put that back down. So this is before I put the max limiter on here, so you were able to just kind of infinitely pump mana into these. So it kind of respects it now. I should probably look at... I wonder if I should put some logic in here where I do a quick check to see if the stored amount is greater than the max amount, and if it's greater, to limit it back down to whatever the max is. I'm wondering if I should do that. They look funky. What, these? You talking about these? These look funky to you? I think they look pretty spiffy. And just imagine this. These things, this, and this, rotate. Possibly this whole thing spinning as well. And maybe this spinning, right? So, you know, like the whole rotation. Let's imagine that. I may not be lazy and actually do that. The blue balls? Well, that blue ball or these blue balls? Or are you talking about the particles? I guess they're not balls, they're little squares. They're not cubey. No, they're not. But they are made out of cubes. Huh? I like them. They look pretty good to me. All right, let's see. What do I want to add here? I could keep doing particle stuff, but I think I have enough particles for now. For now, there are other things that need to be done. I can start working on maybe some kind of like tessellation. We can try and get rotation. I don't think I can really do animations. I think animations are the wrong thing. Just because of how I'm doing the tessellation, I'm not sure how to, like, import the animations to play them. Because what I can do... let's see. Let's pull this up here. Go into the block entity. On tessellation. So this right here is the mesh for the actual item in the item slot. And I was kind of messing with some stuff with rotation. So this should rotate it. Let's accumulate here. But it's weird. It seems like, yeah, see, that should be on the y-axis. And it's a little, it looks a little choppy to me. And it should not be rotating that way. It should be the y point, so that tells me this whole thing, it's like lopsided. A temporal storm is approaching. Oh yeah, it's approaching in real life too. There we go. Not anymore. They do look good, yeah. Yeah, so that's not really... I don't know how I want to introduce, like, movement. I tried something here to make, like, a dummy slot. My thought was, what if I separate out different blocks, and then I stack the models on top of, like, each thing here? And then run that through as mesh data? Let me see. I don't know. I feel like there's a couple ways to get motion in a block. And there's no, like, one way better than the other. Right? Because I could do something like this. See, and it rotates the whole thing, but it's still a little choppy rotating something like this. And see, this game ticks so weird. You could see it in just this animation. Like, it looks kind of... It's a little choppy, right? It's not super smooth. But every once in a while, you'll see it, like, slow down and speed up. So it's not the same. I think I may have to try animations. You know, like through the block itself. It's kind of cool though, right? Like it keeps rotating. I take the item out, so it's detecting the item slot, and then it stops the rotation. I mean, that is pretty cool, if I do say so myself. But yeah, see, like, I envision the blue parts here and that part, right? The circle, like, rotating. But the rest of the frame staying still. So what I could do is, right, I can either try to find a way to stack block shapes on top of themselves. That way, this main part can be stationary. And then I can, like, come into here and say, okay, throw another mesh on top of here, but it's going to be a mesh of this specific block. And then only rotate that. But it's not smooth. It's not smooth. What if I do this? I have an idea. It's a terrible idea. So it's code animation? Yeah, it's code animation versus, like, VS model creator animation. Code animation's the same way when you use a quern. How the top rotates. I also don't want to create, like, a special renderer class for this. I would prefer to not do that. That's my preference. Here, let's try to go back to the top here. Too far. Wait a minute, where is it? Okay, I must be blind here. There's something here where I trigger animations. Oh, here it is, here it is. Okay. So if I get this kicking, and we're gonna reload. Yeah, makes sense, yeah. Like, I could create, like, another special rendering class and then attach it to this block. It's just a lot of extra steps for movement, right? If I was doing anything more complex, like I wanted to take a model and then have it like deconstruct into parts and then form back up, you know, anything more, I don't know, anything beyond what I would want in like the scope of like an animation to be. Like a VS model creator animation, then I would want to consider a renderer, right? But the fact that I'm doing the texture swapping kind of makes this whole thing different. See, now you see it's like clashing here. It's like flickering because it has the two models. Let's go back into here. Let me go back to on tessellation. Here, I'm gonna set this back to true. That way it's not rendering the base shape and my new shape with the switch stuff. There we go. See, now it's not doing it anymore. And if I go back into here and I re-add rotation, and I'll actually move this rotation into here. And let's reload. Yeah, I'm just trying to think like what the best way is to do what I want to do. And I don't know. See, like I can kind of picture what I want based on this, right? Like the top doesn't need to spin, right? Like this is all stationary, that's stationary, and it's just the blue parts like spinning around. That is what I want. So it should have stopped animation there, then it would start animation there. Let's do on tessellation. Let's see if I get back from the toilet before you lose power, BRB. Hopefully I don't lose power again. Hopefully. And good luck in your toilet endeavors. I hope everything comes out okay. May the sun always be at your back. See, and this is the problem, right? So right now, it should have started the animation that's built into the shape, but it's not. So just the ring should be spinning. And I think it's because of how I'm doing things here. I wonder if I set this to false. Yeah, see, there's still no movement. Now it's just like Z fighting. Brrr. Yeah, I don't know how I want to do this. I may have to research a way to maybe copy the animations. Because what I'm doing is I'm changing the textures, but I think it's the same thing with the models, like the shapes with my entities and my airships. I had the similar problem where I had animations that I wanted to play, but because I'm building my own shape, it's not bringing over any of that animation data as well. So I'm playing like to spin, but it doesn't know about it. I'm thinking that's what my problem is. I guess for now, I don't have to worry about any kind of spin. This is still pretty good. I mean, we got particles that kind of scale differently here, right? Like we got some for big, medium, and the big, medium, and small mana lacrimas. We got that. Funny thing is, like this right here. There we go. You see the difference in particles? I think these particles are a little darker because they're generating inside of the block space. And these particles are not because they're not generating outside, but it's the same underlying like particle. It's a little weird. Oh, you know what it could be? It's not exactly the same. Mana Lacrima. I think what I need to do is copy, paste. Let's do Vertex Flag Multiplier 200F. Or no, it's not a. I bet that's it. I forgot to map the vertex map. Yep, there it is. Never mind. Just kidding, guys. There we go. So the particles are lit now. You should be able to see them pretty clear in the dark now, too. Yeah, look at that. That looks mystical. I like that. Come on, guys. That's pretty cool. Look at that. Just imagine, like, a little motion in here. Mwah. Chef's kiss. Then you take it out, right? Pop it back in. You know what I could do? Why don't we change this texture as well? I could kind of grayscale this to where if there's nothing in there, it's not blue, and then you put this in, and then it changes to blue. Oh, Vice. You handsome devil, you. Look at you thinking outside the box. I'm so proud. All right, let's go to the Mana Vault. And I believe it's Material 3. Yeah, it's Material 3, so I'm going to set this to be black and white. We're going to save that. Fireball. We're going to have to reload. I think I want to make some pizza this weekend. I made pizza a couple nights ago. Guys, I don't mean to toot my own horn. I am getting really freaking good at making pizza. Really good. Let's see what this looks like. So you can see the gray underneath, but there's this outer layer as well. Homemade pizza's pretty great. Yeah, it really is. I make my dough fresh as well. So and I need to let it set a little longer. I gotta start getting used to it. Like my pizza dough is really awesome, but I really want to let it set like 12 to 24 hours. But I've been doing like 4 to 6 hours, letting it rest. But oh my god, it tastes so good. It's so good. I've been tempted to like just make garlic bread out of my dough. So let's pull up the model. I think I need to look at the model. I'm gonna have to add texture swapping for the outer orb as well. I think I only have it for the inner right now. I need it for the outer as well. But I need to figure out what my mapping key is here. Rift Bloom pizza. It's a mint flavored pizza with a hint of penny. Oh man, survival. Let's see. I need to go to desktop model creator. File open. Here's the mana vault. So this is the key that I am looking for. Let's manually open the shape. All right, so what do we have here? What is this? So this is Material 7. Shit, that is a new key. Ah! All right, we're gonna have to add this key to my texture swapping. All right, file new. Yeah, just continue. We'll minimize that for now. So do I want it to be Material 7? Yeah, see, so Material 7 here is the color blue transparent. All right, so let's add Material 7 to the texture swapping. So I'm going to copy this, and we're going to paste this here. This is going to be the Tier 1 Material 7. Copy. This is going to be Tier 2, and we will make a... Whoops. We will make a Tier 3. And I'm thinking... Let's just set it to default for that mapping, right? I don't need to necessarily see this. Save. Okay, so that should be good. Now we got to create a bunch of variables. I'm going to speed run this, guys, so... hang tight. So I need to find where... I don't need the particle system anymore. I don't need the matrix. We're going to start with the block. So with textures, I'm going to create this. This is going to be 7. And I'm going to find all the instances here. So I'm going to have to add something here where this is Material 7. Is going to map to the temporary texture source for my variable. And we're going to go a little further down. I'm also going to have to include it in here. So we're going to have to pass this Material 7 mapping through. That also means I'm going to have to add it here. And here, Material 7, which means... up here on before render, I'm going to have to make a default value for Material 7 with a mapping of Material 7 for the block shape. And then I'm going to have to add it to the key that I pass through. And I'm going to have to add it for the generating of the mesh, material 7. So that's everything on the block side. Now on the block entity side, we are going to scroll up. And we're going to create a variable as well for this. It's also going to be called material 7. And this is the swappable material. And I'm going to have to save this data and be able to retrieve it. All right, so that's all going to be material 7 there. There we go. So that's the read-write data for what it thinks that material should be. I'm going to have to add it to the values here. This is where we're getting that key. So let's go to material 7. It's going to be the same thing here. I'm going to have to add it here. Swappable material 7. And I'm going to have to add it to the loadout here. Right, so if it's tier 1, if it has the weaker lacrima, then it's going to take one look at the current key that it has, and if it sees it doesn't equal the tier 1 texture, I rewrite all the textures once. I do it like in a batch, because if one's wrong, they're all wrong. And it's going to be the same thing for tier 2. It needs to be the tier 2 texture that we want to swap to. Same thing with tier 3. This would be the tier 3 texture we swap to. And then this one right here would be the default, which would be that default texture, which is transparent. And that should be everything. Let's go ahead and shut down. We're going to save, fireball it all, or rebuild, and then hop back in. And I did that because I not only created variables outside of methods, I actually changed the methods constructor. So you always got to restart or else you may see weird things. We still got a tornado warning. Power's flickering. Yeah, we got some power flickering here. Look at that. Not here, but my coworkers are seeing it too, and they're scattered all over. I still see a red exclamation mark. Let's see. Let me just make sure here. Severe thunderstorm warning and tornado watch. Brrr. Something's coming in like half an hour, it looks like. Okay, so I don't see the outer texture right now. Let me just double check. So that's material 7 right there with the default. Oh. There we go. Because remember, I have everything saved. So this runs efficiently. It doesn't continuously like check the textures and everything and does a swap. It's like a conditional thing. So this is going to not update the textures until it notices that item slot had a change. Right? So it's powered off, now it's powered on, right? That's powered off, now it's powered on. So this is what it looks like when it's inert. You place it in, the whole thing kind of comes alive and tints blue. And depending on the size that you put in, it becomes a little more blue. We still have the textures to do. I have hidden textures here and here on each side. And the idea was I was going to put runes on this as well to kind of make it look a little more magical. This thing is looking pretty good. Oh, I got some people watching here. So my defaults right now, this Lacrima can store 100 mana, the bigger one 200, the biggest one 300. What kind of maximum amounts should each one get? I think 100 here, it's not a bad start. But maybe 200, like, see, the thing is, I don't know what good numbers are. I think there's like a line, right? There are two lines. There are two lines in this scale. The first line I'm going to hit, like anything beneath it, whatever that number is, it's going to be useless. You know what I mean? Like, it holds very little mana. What is it good for? And then I feel like bump it up a little bit, and then the other one is like the maximum, where the tier 1 is just so freaking good, and it holds so much mana that people are using the tier 1 instead of upgrading. I think maybe the maximum stored mana should be 10,000 mana. 10k mana. And then maybe this one could be 1,000, like 100, 1,000, 10,000 kind of deal. And then we'd have to do transfer rates, right? Esterbrook, hey! I think transfer rate would be the most compelling reason to upgrade. Yeah. Let me change the configs here. Let me change the defaults. What do you guys think? Aster, do you think it's a good idea? The small holds only 100 mana. Medium holds maybe 500 to 1,000. We'll just say 1,000, and the large holds like 10,000. With the idea, you would want the large to make the biggest mana potions, which would be like 500 mana, right? Like that's the maximum size I would want a mana potion to be. Basically, you chug it once, and you can cast like basically any spell in your arsenal, as long as you have the maximum cap, right? You know, like the max mana cap to support that much mana. Config. Let's go to the Lacrimas here. So default is going to be 100. Minimum will be 1. I don't care what your maximum is. Yeah, let's go with that. And then in here, so it's going to be 100, 1,000, 10,000. Save. We're going to have to restart. For the file version, this will be 2.3. Build. All right, let's hop back in. Yeah, and for the big ones, I can do I already created variables to change the transfer rates. So instead of having the bottleneck for the transfer rate is going to be when you hold right click. I think it does it like 4 times a second is the base game's like you're using the item, and that's the trigger amount. It's either 2 or 4 times a second, but you could just hold right click to dump it all in. I like the idea of the bigger Lacrima, instead of 1 mana point going in for each tick, Like that, right? So click, 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 right? It's like siphoning it in. It's a bigger amount, so each one will be like 4 mana or 5 mana a tick. You know, maybe the smaller one, unless I guess unless that's not needed. Here, let's step on this. Get my mana to max again. So this was maxed out before, so I should, yeah, see, I can kind of continuously pump mana into it. I mean, should I focus on transfer rate? I don't know. One for small, 4 for medium, 8 for large. Maybe. Let me run a test here. Let's see. That's not a bad idea, Hypno, but let's see what this actually looks like. I'm gonna increase my max mana by a lot. We're gonna get like a big mana pool here. 160, not enough. Let's get closer to like 300. 280. There we go. 305. I have 305 max mana right now. I love this admin tool. It's so nice. Right? So you're a mage. You know what? Let's throw that right out. Let's throw that right out. I love the texture swapping. It's so good. That's a lot of clicking for 10k mana. You click once. You can hold right click, and it will automatically dump your mana into it. You don't have to click each time. You can, if you want to put a precise amount in, you could just right click once and it will take 1 mana. But you can just hold right click and it will, as long as you're looking at the top selection box here, it will continuously, you know, draw your mana in. So let's pull up the biggest Lacrima, right? I'm a tier 3 mage. So hold right click once. You know what I should have done? Here, I think that should be default, right? Nope. Yeah, that's good enough, right? 1 mana, that's fine. All right, so my mana's full. Let me get a stopwatch here. Let me see how long this is actually going to take to empty my mana into this. Empty my 300 mana. Stopwatch. Okay, ready, go. I'm up to 50 mana already. That's not bad. 60, 70, 80. My worry is I changed the maximum amount, and then you lose your pinpoint accuracy to put the exact amount of mana in you need without having like a surplus. Look, I have 150 mana. That's half my mana, and it's 30. It was like 35 seconds. See, doing little tests like this, we're at 52 seconds. There we go, that's 1 minute. So this actually isn't a bad rate. I make you waste time on other things, you know? And stop. Okay, there we go. I'm like, wait, why am I going a little higher? It's because I'm at 305. So to dump 300 mana into here, it cost me 1 click and 1 minute and 15 seconds. We'll round up. That's not bad. considering, right, I can just immediately go back into meditation, right? We got to think of this from the other side. There probably should be, it shouldn't be super convenient to dump mass mana. Right, because I have things in here that will, like that, the sigil of resonance, right? You could do that ritual, and then you can look at that while you're meditating. Plus all the extra bonuses for like meditation mana. See, like right now, I got like another 23 mana just from that, and I can pump another 23 mana in. I don't think this is a bad conversion rate. And then the idea would be, right, I have all this stuff and I want to make mana potions. I would have the mana distillery, right? I would pull this out, which has 329 mana in it, put it in my mana distillery block that we need to make, and then start filling up potion vials based on this mana. Then I can pop those vials in my inventory and go out. Or if I know I'm going to do something stupid and I'm probably going to die and I got like 300 mana on me, I can spend a minute of my time to dump all the mana out to save it, so that when I die for doing something dumb, I don't lose all of that mana. Or, you know, I'm going around and for some reason, oh yeah, look at that, I have a mana surplus. You know, and there we go, dump all the mana in. Not sure how viable this is from a coding perspective, but maybe crouching increase the amount. Oh, Hypno, I love you. What do you think, guys? Should I have it to where you sneak, right click on this? You got to be careful because that's how you pull these out too, right? Like you could easily, if you hit the wrong box, you'll pull the whole thing out. But why not have it to where it goes the other way? Regular is drain, and then you sneak right click. Oh, Hypno. Hypno, let's do it. Let's do it right now. See, that's the best part of, from like a coding perspective, we can do anything we want. We just need the initial idea. Oh, I love it. I love it. All right, let's go to find on interact. And I'm gonna want a sneak modifier here. Look at that, convenient. So if your selection box is the slot mana transfer, right? The mana transfer slot, I can say if you're sneaking, do X, else do Y. We can cut all of this, paste it in here, right? So this should run the same now. Here, let's stand on this. Let's get a touch of mana. There we go. So I can continuously pour stuff in. Now we can work on this, right? When you're sneaking. So let's start mapping this out. So I'm going to paste this in at first, and we're going to change this logic. I'm going to say, if your player mana, your current mana, is greater than, copy, paste, instead of current mana, this would be total mana. Total max mana, that's what I call it. Then stop, right? Because you don't want to overfill yourself. Here, let me move my phone, get off of stopwatch mode. Now I'm gonna have to... I probably want to bring this stuff in as well. Copy. Paste. So I want to get the inventory slot. And if that's empty, just stop what you're doing. That will be the other check. Hey, Hypno, thanks for the follow. In here, instead of getting whatever the max mana is, I don't care about what the max mana is. I only care about what the stored mana is, right? So let's change this. We'll do a less than or equal to 0. So my first check is like, hey, can you hold any more mana? Based on the equipment you have, you know, your magic experience, your research, whatever your total mana is, can you hold more? If you can't, I don't have to check anything else. Next step is checking the slot, the item slot, right? And I say, okay, if there's nothing in here, don't bother going any further, right? Because there's no lacrima to look at, you know, to get mana from. And then I take it a step further, right? And I say, oh, okay, you have a lacrima. Let's see what the stored amount is, right? So if it holds anything greater than 1, and I'm accounting for a negative in case people find a way to somehow dip into the negatives, right? So if it's 0 or less, then go ahead and stop, because it's drain dry anyways. We're going to copy this, paste that in, and I need to cut this out, because I actually need to send a packet, right? That's going to siphon things. So we're going to have to create... There we go. We'll paste that in. So we are going to have to create... Well, now I need this as well. Paste, right? So if you enable my mod's reduced particle mode, it's going to reduce the amount of particles it spawns. And we're going to have to create a new packet here. No, we don't. Yes, we do. Wait. No, we don't. I may not have to create. I could just set this as a -1. And then let's do RMR references dot... Oh, not references, RM helpers, Rustbound Magic helpers. Send packet. I have something in here already that increases the player's mana. Here we go, right here. Player mana replenished. And what are we looking at here? We need world, so I'm going to need by player dot entity. So I'm going to have to turn player into entity player to get the world the player is in. And then this will be the amount, so that will be 1. Save, fireball. All right, so again, let me grab a little mana. Whoops. So right click, it is indeed draining my mana, and that amount's going up. Now if I sneak, look at that. Oh wait, you guys can see it. My picture's not in the way. So now I am actively retrieving said mana from my mana lacrima and filling myself back up. Fancy, right? Not bad. Let's add a little zazz to this, because how are people gonna know that have not just watched what I did? You know, right? What click does what? We need to start adding some stuff here. I'm just gonna dump all the mana into it. Dang, this is like a standalone item. This is awesome. Love it. Botanical Matrix. Don't remember what I was doing there. Let's get a moonstone. Oh, insufficient mana to cast a spell. Burp. Oh, that's what I need to do. That's why that's there. I have to fix the particles here. Any loss on store? Nope, it's a 1-for-1. There is no mana loss. I know, RC, you have come to expect suffering from me. Because of the systems that I put in, I will not penalize you for using this mana vault. Yet. Maybe it should cost you temporal stability, eh? 1% per? Maybe, should I make you go blind as well? Put some debuffs on you? What pick your poison? I won't do anything like that. I don't know, I may. Let's fix these particles here. The real penalty is the friends we made along the way. No, it's gonna be the friends breaking into your base, going up to this, and then siphoning your mana out. That's gonna ruin friendships between mages right there. Where'd all my mana go? I just filled this up. Well, you always got that one friend in the group that thinks like everything is for their cause. You collect all these items and everything and store them in boxes for them to turn around and build stuff. We all know at least one person who's like that. Let's go to particles, my particle system. This is going to be the Botanical Matrix. Here we go. Botanical Matrix Burst. I need to change this. Copy. Where is it? Here we go. So burst, let's go. Let's go here, paste this in. Do I have a variable for random here? Yes, I do. So I'm going to change that to be RND. You know, I'll do RND 1, 2, and 3. There we go. So we got that velocity on here. What I also need to do... The life length is what I would expect. The size multiplier's fine. Quantity multiplier. I don't want to see what it looks like when it's a little more aggressive. Yeah, so that's not necessarily what I want. Copy. cut. We're gonna put a 4 in here. Let's do int I equals 0. I is less than quantity multiplier variable. I plus plus, right? Because we're going to want to accumulate it. Cut, paste. There we go. That's a better reduced particle mode. Right, so right now it's not doing anything. Why is that? This cannot be a float. This has to be an int. That is better. Save fireball. Shit, did I do that wrong? That's sort of what I was implying, yeah. You'll find out who your friends are real fast using a mana vault with others. Going temp blind while putting mana in sounds fun. Yeah, right? I have that debuff. I could totally blind people. I could also put mana burn on them, too. That way your mana will tick down automatically. So it's basically like losing mana. I should probably put fatigue on you. That's not a bad debuff, right? Because it just means you won't be able to sprint for like 5 seconds or so. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Cut. Crap. Paste, there we go. This, cut, paste. That's better. Where did the burst go? I think I messed up. Copy, undo. There it is. So I accidentally deleted that line. That's why you can't see it. There we go. Cut, paste, save, fireball. There, that's what I wanted, guys. I wanted that burst of power on top again. And let's just double check the reduced particle mode. Mod config, rustbound magic. So we can go into the configs. There's reduced particles. Now if I set this to true, file save, and we reload. So this reduces particles across the board for those people on potato computers. Each point stored has a chance to cause rust sickness. Oh man, people hate rust sickness so much, and I get it. I get it. Like it can be very annoying, but that's really all it is. Like it has no teeth anymore. See, and you see the difference with reduced particle mode. There are no longer lines. There's less particles here, less particles there. You'll see it a lot with the with like the bridges and stuff. Right, so this is what the magic bridge looks like in reduced particle mode. Yeah, like before and after. I think fatigue would actually be a pretty good debuff. There, and that's what it's like regular. So you got like the lines and the fading going on. This looks pretty cool, if I do say so myself. Pretty cool. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is I wanna put text up here, right? And I want it to read see, what do I have here? No. Hey guys, it's your favorite rust sickness. Just making sure you're okay. Just letting you know it didn't forget about you. See, I want something like this, right? Cast transmutation to charge. So that's what I want, but I want it to be conditional, right? And I want it to where, like, you look at the hitbox, potentially. I don't know if I can get that granular with it, but maybe I can have a couple things where I can say, sneak right click, you know, to do whatever, right? To maybe not add charge, you know, but to, like, you know, deposit mana or siphon mana. Are all these things coming in the next update? Yes, they are. Hey, Manaway, I see you. How you doing? There we go. I'll save. Let's... This is going to have to be done through block. And we are going to look at the Thaumic Found, or yeah, the Thaumic Thaumic Foundry. Start to minimize some of these. In here, I have the logic here. It's not get block info. Is it get block info? No. Get block info is when you're looking at it, like the top. Like all the extra information that I put in. So it's not that. It is... Minimize that. It's not on tessellation. Highlight. Events, maybe? Something in events. So it happens when you break the block, sending the packets, so it's nothing there. You know what I could do, which would save me time? I could just look for the key throughout my code, like find out what the key is. See, that's activating the portals. Check to see if too many items are consumed. If so, you're going to spawn entities. That's spawning the particles. So maybe it was further up. I thought it was in here. Oh wait, no, not in its shelf, but on initialize. That's the renderer. Crap, is it? Oh, guys, I'm looking at the block entity. No wonder why it's not there. I need to look at the block. Oh, Vice, swing and a miss. So get held info, get selection boxes, do place, generating the mesh, get the decal, particles. Oh, you know, I could also change the colors of the outlines too, right? Of the selection boxes. Could do that. Who is a happy space snail? I already have 58 hours in the spacecraft, and I'm trying to moderate myself. Dang! Yeah, dang, that's a lot. Yeah, only 27.8 hours. It's funny. I got it all. I was going to play that after I was done modding. But I got into it and I'm like, I know I've been looking forward to this, and I'm like, wait, I think I tried this game out. Like they had like a alpha or beta test or something like that, and I remember trying it out, and I stopped like when I got my ship and I started flying around and started getting things. I stopped because I liked it so much, and I knew I was going to end up with it. Like it was funny. I just went like cold turkey on it. Yeah, they had a pretty good demo. Yeah. I was like, no, I'm going to enjoy this. I don't want to spoil anything. I want the first time to be like, show me everything, you know? Like I want to see this whole game at once. I was proud of my self-control. I was proud of my self-control. Should receive particles. No. On neighbor block change. On entity inside. So let's go ahead and copy this. And let's paste this in. So this is going to be red, green, and blue. So if I do 255, 255. Yeah, we can play with that. This is it here. Get place block interaction help. And that's so it's going to be two things here. This and this. Copy. Paste. Save. Stop. All right, we're going to rebuild. Hop back in. Let me double check my my weather app here. See if we still have our tornado warning. Yeah, tornado watch. Till 3 p.m. I'm kind of waiting for my phone to go off and be like, seek shelter. Wee woo, wee woo. About to say, where am I? There we go. Look at that. See, I changed the border. Not too shabby. And it says cast transmutation to add charge, right? I don't like as you're hovering over, like it kind of fades it out. I don't like that. Here, we're gonna trim this up. It's almost 10 hours per day since I got it 6 days ago. Come on, you know a couple of those were all-nighters. Take the computer into the basement. Yeah, I could. I do have a pretty nice basement. See, I didn't want to put my computer down there because my fear is I would become a basement dweller. I would become like just a basement dweller and like live in the basement, and I think I would be ashamed of myself being a man, you know, like living in the basement. Where are you going? I'm gonna go to, you know, I'm gonna go to the basement and chill out there for like the next 8 hours. Because it's a slippery slope, right? Because then instead of the few steps that I have to, like, you know, pop, like, get like a drink out of the fridge or something, now all of a sudden I need a mini fridge down in the basement. And all of a sudden, no, I should get some kind of HVAC down here, or, you know. Oh, I should, you know. No, actually, I don't do all-nighters. Yeah, I'm not that young anymore. I don't really I don't really do all-nighters anymore myself. My personal best was I stayed up 3 days straight playing EverQuest 2. It was a dark time in my youth. It was a dark time. Now, I wonder if I can change this based on the selection box. Because I would like it to say different things. Let's try something out here. I could get rid of some of this stuff, right? Like the config can go away, that can go away. Devouring Void. All that can go away. I'll keep this up. Here we go. And let's merge this into here. There we go. Put the block first. So let's get on interact. So I'm getting block selection and getting the selection box index. And then I'm doing a cross-check based on index. I think I can do the same thing here. I can put something in like this. But I need block selection. I can get player. Current block selection. Let me think about this, guys. Let me think about this. Why don't I... Why don't I copy this? Paste this in, right? So instead of Thaumic Foundry Core, this would be the Mana Vault block entity I would want to look at. Ooh, better yet. I got something for block selection up here. Why don't I just pass this through to say selection? And then in here I can do block selection. I'll just do like block cell. That way I don't necessarily need to get the block entity. I could just jump right into getting the index from block selection, and then I can run it through here. This would be what I would need the block entity for. And I can say if BEO does not equal null, right? So it has a block entity. Then I can just get the block entity. Copy, paste, there we go. And this would be block selection dot position, right? That's how I can get this position. Or no, that's actually how I would have to get it, because block this position would be through the block entity. The regular block logic doesn't have anything in it for position, I don't think. We had a basement, I would. I did almost 3 days once, 72 hours to be exact. I started almost hallucinating. Yeah, me too. Like, into day 2, like, I felt like I felt strong after the first all-nighter. And then halfway through the second night, I started to get a little loopy. I was hopped up on like pizza, soda. I had like the big bag of Skittles on one side, M&Ms on the other. I was eating like Tic Tacs till my stomach got a little queasy. It was that third night where I felt accomplished, but I also felt like I was going to die if I went any further. So, and then I slept for like a day and a half after. But it was a proud accomplishment. I think at the time EverQuest, like it was newer. It was before where you started off as like a fighter or a mage, and then you had like your secondary class, and then before level 20, and then like at level 20 you would pick your final class, right? So it was like fighter, and then at level 10 you became, you know, like a crusader, right? And then from there you could branch off to be a paladin or a shadow knight. It was around that time. I was doing a LARP, was almost starved, and just had eaten. I had just eaten the bare minimum. Yeah, that's cool. So you were active. I was just like a homebody, just getting up to like hit the bathroom. You know, maybe take a little break to stretch. But I was in it. I was in it. Okay, so I'm getting the block entity, and I'm saying if the entity is real, then we could start getting the block selection index. You know, we're going to return test 6. Why not? Oh, why is my phone buzzing? Just making sure. Okay. No, I'm just making sure that tornado warning doesn't become a duck in place, right? Duck and cover. Let's create a test 6 equals. I think this would be a world interaction, right? Like it would be this. There we go. I'll try and format this. Copy, paste. So I will say world interaction. I don't think I need to have this as a test. And it can be an empty interaction. Just like that. And then in here, this will be world interactions going to equal that. Else. There we go. And we'll put a couple ones there. So one's going to be a localized string. One's not going to be a localized string. And then down here, I can say world interaction. And actually with this, if I cut this out and just kind of paste it here, I can copy this and then just do a couple returns here. Build. Eating medieval tavern slum is not impressive, yeah. Well, it's not really impressive to brag to your friends, guys. I almost died playing EverQuest 2. I never want to touch candy again, or pizza, or soda. The amount of 2-liter bottles, like it was my water during that time. I took such terrible care of my body. But you know, at the time I didn't have a girlfriend either, so I'm like, fuck it. Who cares? Who am I really impressing here? All right. Hey, look at that. Oh, perfect. So we can dynamically change it. Heck yeah. Now, I want to find a way to have this sit higher on the block. And I'm wondering if I can just add like a couple more things. So something like this. Well, yeah, it would be that. Like that and that. Right? Like an empty interaction that maybe just makes a new line. I'm wondering if it's gonna bump things down or push things up. Brr. Rebuild. Did not like that. I think you could just have an empty world interaction like that. We'll see. If it crashes again, it means I can't add things to an array like this. It would be expecting something different. Might have to figure out what that difference is. Let me in. Boop. Nope. So I can't stack it like that. Why'd my music stop? So it's unhappy with this. Let's take a look at world interaction. Maybe there's something in here. So mouse button, hotkey code, no. It's the item stack, required free hand. Ooh. I may want to tap into that. Matching stacks. So there's nothing else really here. So much sugar, yeah. I did not. You know, if I could go back in time, I wouldn't change that, but I'd probably be filthy rich right now. I think I want like a mouse button in here too. Because I want to tell you like right click. So let's add that, and let's also add I think it's hotkey code equals, I think there's an enum for this. Yeah, so I want shift or control. So it would be something like that. Let me in. We're still good. I don't want to trash talk the weather. I'm hoping I don't have to get off. See, so that's better, right? So Control plus right click, and then I can put a localized string in there, right? So it could say like siphon mana or deposit mana or whatever. Store mana, retrieve mana. Maybe that would be better terms for this. And then I could have something else here where I could say like, you know, right click to replace, sneak right click to remove, or you know, whatever the modifier is to actually be able to pull that out. Oops. Right, so that would tell you something different, right? I could take a look at, maybe not a look at your hand, but I could see it's empty. And then I can say, you know, to place, you know, to store mana lacrima or place mana lacrima. And then this would change to be like to retrieve the mana lacrima. I wish this would sit higher. Unless I want to maybe reduce this box a little lower and have this be the cutoff. And then extend this box down a little bit more. Maybe? Maybe. Let's go back into here. I guess I could add the keys at least. Language. Put all this stuff together. Copy. Paste. So this will be block help, mana vault. Store mana. Store mana. Copy place. Retrieve mana. There we go. Now that we got those keys made. Now, what if I try to add it like this? And let's go back into the keys. Copy. Paste and paste, right? We could do something like this. This would be retrieve mana, save, fireball. And we're going to reload the whole thing. So that's how I could do multiple lines right there. And let's go ahead and add another key. We'll add another 2 keys. This will be mana lacrima. This would be place mana lacrima. And then I'll do a remove, and this will be remove mana lacrima. Copy. There we go. We're going to reload one more time. Copy, paste. Let's get rid of that one. I'm gonna have to add an if statement in here because I want to take a look at your main hand, see if it is a mana lacrima, and then I want to tell you that you would place the mana lacrima in there. And if you have a free hand, right? Like, see, place mana lacrima. See, store and retrieve. Ooh. Let's try and bump this up a little bit. Now, what if I have an action code of an empty space with nothing else? So it did bump it higher. I do need a mouse code, though. And I could just set it to none. There, that is better right there. It's like off to the side though. Wonder if it's formatting it weird. Yeah, so that's unfortunate. So I can add the new space up, but it like pushes everything over. Man, I'm beat. I'm just sitting here staring blankly at the screen. Yeah. I'm a little tired too. Kinda looking forward to bed already. I didn't even do much today either. I don't know. So like when you're looking at it this way, it's not too bad. All right, let's map this out a little bit more, right? So if there we go, let's do the formatting. Woke up with my body just hurting and being numb all over. Uh-oh. Being up for a while helped. My work helped a bit. I'm still numb, just sore. Yeah, let me tell you, a couple days ago, I had like a scare, and it was because of my stupid watch. Like for whatever reason, like I'm busting all around in the kitchen, and I happened to look down to check the time on my Fitbit, and I'm looking at it, and it's like going from 80 heartbeats per second, right? Like in the 80s to like 160, then 180, and then it went back down to 80, and then it jumped up, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, what? Am I fucking dying right now? Like, I feel fine, but I got like super nervous, and it's I've been losing weight, so this I'm like I have another notch that I needed to go down, so it was kind of loose, and I think it's just because it was so loose and like tilted on the sides. I remember looking at it like like with a tilt. You know, I tilt my whole arm down because it was more sideways, but it freaked me out. I'm like, I'm dying. False alarm. The funny thing too, like when it jumped up, I'm like, wouldn't it be something like dying after dropping so much weight and getting like super healthy? And you know, it's like, this is all for bullshit. I should have made myself lasagna. The lasagna that got away. It's pretty. I can laugh about it now. It's pretty funny. Yeah, those are not supposed to be loose. Yeah. I hate wearing it. I hate having something around my wrist. My wrists are cage free, man. But yeah, it actually probably needs to be another notch tighter. I could fit like 3 fingers in between. Why wear it then? It tracks my steps. And it's good when I go for my runs. I like to kind of check my heart rate just to make sure, like, you know, I'm not overdoing it. And to see my steps, like I said, you know, when I run, I like to look at the distance and the steps. I like to end the day with, like, on a run day, between like at least 8 miles on my Fitbit. I need to get the player. CAPI world player dot. Let's go into entity dot. I don't know how long 8 miles is. Let's get a little converter here. 8 miles to kilometers. 2 km. So 8 miles is 12.8 kilometers. A lot of times I'm pushing like 9.5 to 10. So at most I'm doing 16 kilometers. It sounds more impressive doing kilometers. How long did you run? 16.09 kilometers. Wait, 16.0934 kilometers. Are you planning to make a somewhat robust potion system on top of the mana vault? I love the idea of condensed liquid magic. That is the plan. I don't know if it's a good plan, but it is the plan. I'm going to be calling it the Mana Distillery. So let's look at the active hand. Empty, right? So if it's empty, then let's do this. Else. Oh, you know what? That would be remove. So it's saying remove Mana Lacrima. Let's add to this. Because I want to tell you need to right-click as well, right? So right-click Remove Mana Lacrima. If you have something in your hand, it will say Place Mana Lacrima, right? So you see that, guys? Now it swaps. For this, it's about the same, right? That stores mana. And then control... Oh, guys, some people have shift and, like, it really is sneak. Ooh. I need to potentially change these. Instead of shift, can I just type in sneak? I wonder if it has that string. Okay, so it does map out sneak. There we go. That way, depending on if you change it in your your keyboard configuration for the game, right, and end up changing sneak to a different key, this will get that updated key. Booyah! Let us make magic moonshine. I gotta come up with a flavor profile for what these mana potions are gonna taste like. Think you should switch it so sneak is store mana. You think so? Use control for sneak? Yeah, me too. There we go. Now it says control instead of shift. So that would be retrieve. That would be storing it. Only insane people use shift for sneak. They're out there. I've heard it before. Oops. Just jumped right off. I'm so happy. Oh yeah, by the way, this is the future mana distillery right here. The future. Omnipotent, hey! Only insane people. So you can draw mana easier in a stressful situation. Why would I want to help people in a stressful situation? We didn't even get into the debuffs and the negative things that are gonna happen to you using this. Everything for a price. In all honesty, I was thinking about having the fatigue debuff pop on you for using this, like your body's weakened, and really all that does, like, fatigue just makes it to where you can't sprint. You can still move around and jump and stuff, but you can't, like, sprint, and it would only be for like 5 seconds, right? The debuff would only be for 5 seconds, right? Because the idea is, like, it's draining you, right? It's weakening you. So you think, so what does everyone else think? Manaway thinks that you should be able to just right click on this to store your mana, or to siphon mana out. But to store your mana, you need to sneak and then right click. Does that make sense to everyone else? Should we have it that way? Should I flip this is just going to be an exclamation mark. That's all this is costing me. I'll make a debuff for drawing out mana as well. It's probably going to be the same debuff, fatigue. Or maybe not fatigue. I guess I could have different debuffs. You can kind of nickel and dime it. So what do you guys think? Should I reverse it? Should just plain right-click, draw mana out, and then sneak to put it in? I kind of like the idea. My concern with sneaking is that you have to hold sneak for a full minute to deposit your whole mana bar. Well, on the flip side, Hypno, you would have to hold sneak for a full minute to withdraw your full mana. And we're talking about, a key that's right next to sprint, right? Like, people, you're just holding down a key, right? Like, it's not too bad. People hold down the sprint key all the time. And those who are builders know to hold control so you're not going off ledges and stuff, you know? Mechanically, it makes more sense to sneak to store. I like the idea. It does make more sense mechanically. Done. Here we go. Exclamation mark. Now I need to update it here, right? And I would need to change this to retrieve and this to store. There we go. So you'll notice it's changed now. So retrieve mana. So if I hold right click, yep, it's filling me up. And if I sneak, that is depositing it. Brilliant! We got this. We got this. Yeah, it feels better. Excellent. All right, let's doctor this up a little bit, right? So if you have an empty hand, I can tell you right click to remove Mana Lacrima. So we're down here, right? So if your hand's empty, you can remove the Mana Lacrima, but that's also gonna depend on if you have an item in that slot. How granular do I want to get with this? Because I'm adding a lot of stuff. Like, what stops me from doing something like this, right? And let's go into here. And I could just call this Mana Lacrima. Add / remove Mana Lacrima, right? And there we go. Like, I shouldn't have to dynamically check you as a player to see if you have a free hand and you can remove it, or, you know what I mean? Like, or guys, right click this to place it. It could just be something simple. I think that one's actually fine. You hold something, you are told only the Lacrima fits. Well, remember, that's the other side of this as well. I can add info in the top HUD block info, right? And I can put additional info there. This is just another thing that kind of pops up. Right? See, add remove Mana Lacrima. And it's just right click. And then what we can do, right, is see like all the information I have here. I can start prettying up, right? Because that's how it is here, right? Cast transmutation to add charge. So it looks like the tier 3. There we go. I gotta find where that broken one is. Right, but I can add info here at the top, right, with different selection boxes. That's what I'm doing here. You know, you have like the basic block, and then you got like, oh yeah, this is the tablet slot, right? And then this one's the upgrade slot. Transmutable, blah blah blah. Aren't you guys happy that I made it to where you didn't have to cast transmutation on this? To siphon your mana into it? To like store your mana? Yeah, not like you could accidentally put stone in it. Yeah, it will only hold that item, right? You can't place anything else in there. Just this. So I think that's good, right? Add, remove, mana lacrima. And then retrieve and store mana. I really think this hitbox should be smaller. And then maybe this top one should be a little wider and set a little lower. Although I guess it's not that bad, right? Like, oh, you could do this from super far away too. Oh, it would be whatever your selection box is. So I could retrieve mana from this far away. Or store it. Or maybe if you put the wrong thing, it explodes. That could be fun. 10-second rust debuff. I'm gonna screenshot this. When someone's like, "Why'd you make it to where this explodes?" Should have been in stream. Here are the receipts. Like putting aluminum in a microwave. Or as long as something else inside it has a harmful aura. Yeah. Detonation. I definitely like the particles inside that kind of like wrap around the sphere. I think that's a nice touch. Now just imagine I get the animations working on this. Oh, chef's kiss. Mwah. It's a masterpiece. I don't like. See, like it depending on where the hitbox is, it's like it like fades out. But if I try to bump this up a little higher, it's gonna be like offset weird potentially. Let me look to see. Right, because it was this. I'm just gonna put an equal sign in here. Yeah, see, like it bumps it a little higher, but it shoots everything to the left. It's like no longer centered, like that is. Bum, 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 ba-da-da-da-dum. Sucks. I have an idea. Can I pop a new line in here? Let's reload. Are you able to make the big ring thing around the lacrima move? Like oscillate around it maybe? Eventually. So I'm running into a problem. I have an animation on the shape, but because of how I'm doing a texture swap as well. And because I'm doing that, I'm creating a new shape and it's losing the animation part of the shape. So I need to research how to maybe take a snapshot of like what the original animations are and inject them into the mesh as well so that I can call the animation, because that ring, that ring, that ring, and the bottom ring should be spinning when something's inside. Right? So those should be in motion. But they're not, because it doesn't understand. It lost track of its animations, so I haven't figured that part out, but that was actually the start of the stream, because I can do rotation based on code. 100 mana, that's weak. Yep, that's the small. 100 mana. I should have something where these things could detonate and turn into bombs. What do you guys think? It does like... does whatever the amount of mana is in like damage. This would do 137 damage. Blow you and all your friends clean out of your pants. Yeah, 10k mana fireball. One shot everything. Every boss in this game from everyone's mod all at once. AoE damage. Man. What if I duplicate this? I think it just has to do with the... Now it's centered. It's still centered. See, it's not as centered anymore. Oh. Is it the colon? Like whatever the bottom is, it tries to center it there? Man, that sucks. I wish I could just like move this whole thing up a little bit. Right? Get something with the position. Right, run world interactions, override. Require free hand. If true, the interaction only applies when the player has no slot in hand. Only applicable when item stack is null, right? So that should apply. Get matching stacks. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing here that has to do with the position. That sucks. All right. I think I'm not going to be able to do what I want to do. I think people will be able to figure this out. There's enough context clues here. It just gets a little faded if you put your mouse right up to it. Same thing here, right? Like it would get a little faded there. Cast hydrogen bomb. Wait, was it holding 137 over 100? Overcharge, yeah. That was before I put in the limiter to be able to see. I could just retrieve it out, but you won't be able to place it back in. I didn't have any logic to like cap based on whatever the max default is. Now what it does is these are all configurable, so the 100, the 1,000, and the 10,000. So the idea is like I will allow you to go above. So like let's say you have a config set here, and then all of a sudden you change it to like 100. It will save the 461, and it'll just be kind of overcharged, but you won't be able to place any more in, right? So it's just going to respect what that configured max amount is and not go above it. So I think that's good. Now, what information should I put at the top HUD? Right, we have the mana vault, and I have the stored mana. I mean, what other information should I really give you? Is that it? Let me see if I made this researchable. You got to be meditating. I think I got this in already. Yep. So you'll be able to gain 1 additional max mana by looking at it. Yep, meditation insight. So that works. I mean, what more should I even tell you about this? Come on. Oh, I'm like, wait, there's a temporal storm. No, it's me losing my sanity. There we go. I love this block so much. Best move right here. Oh, those are particles from meditation. Just make sure this is doing what I want it to. So I gotta fix that. Those particles should not be there. Meditation insight discovery trait. I think there's something in here. Okay, so that's going to equal the new trait for the research mana vault. Okay, right. So check if trait is known. I think I need to bump this up a little bit. I don't like the particles to be there when they don't need to be, but this is probably something that happens for everything, like, right? Like, this is researchable. Right, so I'm meditating and I can look at it. There we go, let's shut it off. There we go. Yeah, so it's doing it with everything. Those particles are still coming up. Store magical energy or retrieve it. What, for the information on top? Hey, Vex is streaming. Hey, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Botanical matrix, that looks interesting. Yeah, right? It's basically it's a greenhouse without walls. So everything within the range here it's a greenhouse effect, and it revives plants that are dead as well, like crops that are dead. It slowly revives them over time. This. So let's try to clean this up a bit, right? I think I can... I think I can move these two into here. I think that would solve my problems. No. Still spawning those particles. Let's undo what I did. If this insight research timer equals 0. Oh, that's awesome. Now I need a mage for my farm. Yeah, it's pretty cool. What? No way. My farmer friend will love me for that. I'm our server's mage, and they're constantly asking me for magic scrolls for growth. Yeah. I kind of... Anything that is a utility block, I tried to make the utility blocks things that non-mages can use as well. Right? So things like the magic bridge... You know, like a non-mage could use this, and they can power it with rusty dust, right? So you can charge this stuff through transmutation casting or rusty dust. Same thing with like the magic ward, right? So a non-mage can make a magic wall. You know, the elevator block, right? Good, it doesn't go through solid blocks. So for this, right, if you get farmland... You see, it's now considered a greenhouse, like in the effects of a greenhouse. So then, if we shut it off, you'll see it drops off of everything. It starts to drop off of everything. And if we were to get like corn, I guess, or not corn. Oh, geez. Let's get some onions. Yeah, let me get the growth spell. Growth 3. Right, everything's grown. Let's make it winter. Cold damage. These are about to get very cold damaged. So you have a regular job at least. Botanical Matrix needs charging too. Well, you could charge the Botanical Matrix with Rusty Dust. So any utility block, a non-mage can just take Rusty Dust and apply it to get time, or a mage can cast Transmutation. So there are two ways to charge these. Come on. Want to see some dead plants. Feel bad for these. Let's do Hydrate. Here we go. Magic is nice. There we go. Moisture level 100. Come on. We're deep into January. Is it because... How do I get dead crops here? Let's pull up onions again. Maybe it needs to be like a seedling, not a full mature crop. There we go. There you go. So dead growing onions, right? That's a dead plant. So if I were to turn this back on, see, it just reset it. That was actually really quick. It kind of checks each block over time. That was pretty quick. And now these are all under the effects of the greenhouse buff. So you don't get that cold damage either, right? Remember it was saying 50% yield due to cold damage? Not anymore. So this is an outdoor greenhouse. Whoops. Yeah, and over time these will get damaged again. Oop. Yep, stunted growth, cold damaged again. So yeah. Not too shabby. Dead again. See, it was quick that time. It's supposed to be like a slower kind of thing. It's all just random. So it will eventually revive. There we go, it revived it. Rusty Dust is a shit charge though, and they are needed elsewhere. Yeah, but a non-mage can still grow it. So the idea is like they can grow the Rusty Dust, they just don't get great returns by growing rift blooms. But it doesn't take a mage to be able to scrape the dust off of a plant and smash it into a block, right? How long does Rusty Dust last in it? Well, let's see. I think the conversion rates are kind of... I think it's like 5 minutes a hit. So let's grab a stack of 64. And let's go ahead and get a runestone. We'll get the weak runestone. Oh, I just replaced the Rusty Dust. Come on. So it's got about 4 minutes here. There we go. So it's got none. So one Rusty Dust is 15 minutes. And one cast of Transmutation is 5 minutes. So I feel like it should be swapped. I think I meant to make it 5 minutes per Rusty Dust and 15 minutes per Transmutation cast. Although this is pretty cheap. I'll keep it. I'll keep it the way it is. Maybe I had a reason. Sure, but they can also trade you the dust you need to progress, and you can charge it for your mana bar. Yeah, that's right. You can definitely do that. Maybe it's the max time seems really short. Well, it's not in-game time, it's our time. So what is it? 40 minutes. So basically, you can throw in 3 Rusty Dust, and it would have a little over a day's worth of runtime, like an in-game day's worth of runtime. That, or you can just dump mana into this. And I think... Hold on. Because I may have found something that I do need to adjust. Right, let's get the weak wand. Because Transmutation 1 costs only 3 mana. Compared to the mana cost for Transmutation 3, which is 8 mana. Or, wait, it's only 2 mana a cast. So if this is the same... So it's about 5 minutes. I think maybe what I meant to do is the better forms of transmutation will charge things at a higher amount. Although it's AoE spamming too, so maybe not. Maybe I don't want to do that. I'm going to trust my gut. I'm going to leave it as is. Yeah. Dust should charge as much as the weak ones, I think. Well, it's any transmutation. It's just one's an AoE, so if you end up stacking a couple of these together, you can hit multiple things for that 5 charge, right? Right, so if I do something like this... I don't know why you would want to, but this... It may not be good for this, but for, think about for, like, the mana elevators and stuff. Here we go, the bigger ones. So I can just hit this... Right, and it just gave every one of these 5 minutes. I think that's what the idea was behind it. There we go. And this is so small. It has such a small range. Here, let's get a moonstone again. Mon. See, using a moonstone, you don't have to worry about it because it becomes infinite. And it's the max range as well. It's supposed to. Okay, there we go. There, I could turn it on and off. Yeah, so the runtime's infinite on it. Still, 15 real-life minutes for 1 dust is a bit too effective. You think so? So what do you think? It should be just 5 minutes per 1 rusty dust? The music stopped again. Do we have a nerf incoming? I don't think so. Don't want it to be something you have to babysit all the time. Well, then maybe I should just make it to where it's 15... Wait, isn't this configurable? I may have configs for this. Let's take a quick look. This seems like something I would make a config for. Yeah, this is configurable. So transmutation. So what are we thinking? Should it just be 15 on each one for the default? Yeah, that'd be annoying. Yeah, thinking about it, being a mage should have an advantage for magic stuff. At what point do you just build a greenhouse instead? think if a player babysits something repeatedly, it's gonna make it not worthwhile because they feel like they can't do much else. 15 for spending a resource seems fair. So should it just be 15 for each one, or should Rusty Dust be like 10 minutes? Right, so to get an hour, you would need 6 Rusty Dust, which isn't that much. And that's an hour time, which would be, if I think 40 minutes is a whole day-night cycle. I could do it in batches of that, right? So it could be 20 minutes. You think 10 is okay, but 5 is low for dust. All right, yeah, so let's talk about dust. So what do we think, 10 minutes per dust? That sound good to everyone? 10 minutes per dust? There we go, and the default will be that. And then maybe for transmutation, I could do 10 or 15. What do you think? You can add more than one dust at a time. Well, you can right-click a bunch of times and add more dust. Or I think just hold right-click to add dust. Yeah, you could just hold right-click and it will just funnel the dust in. I think 10 for dust is fine. Transmute definitely needs to be more than 5. Well, how much should it be? Should it be 10 as well, or 15? Should that be 15? Or should it be double the potency, 20? Each cast of transmutations, 20. Because that means 2 casts of transmutation would get you a whole in-game day, because that would be 40 minutes. Yeah, so making it 5 minutes just makes it ineffective, actually gives a reason to ask the mage to recharge it for the dust you have. I actually think if you're a mage, it should technically last longer than 2 hours. Well, that has to do with the block on the bottom. So if I were to break that, let's get runestones. So each runestone you put on there dictates the total time that this can hold and the range of the effect as well. Right, so if I pop this down, see, now it can hold 4 hours and the range is expanded. And then the tier 3 is by far the biggest range with the biggest amount of time, 6 hours. Or you can get off of those, right, and just get a moonstone or a bloodstone, and it defaults to what the max range is for this and doesn't run out. So you could do that as well. Yeah, the mage should just ask to charge it, go over, cast a few times. Otherwise, they're just going to be coming over every day and it could get tiresome when they could feel satisfied to go adventure for one more day. Yeah, if you're in a bind and no mage is present, you can add a bunch of dust for the ineffective time. The time stacks after all. Yeah. So you can get a stronger block to make it last longer. Yeah. It increases the total amount of time that the block can hold. So like if I wanted to now, right? Let's get Rusty Dust. Rusty Dust, there we go. Stack of 64. See, I could just hold right click and we can bring it right up to the max. Right, so now this will last 6 hours. Or actually, total time. I don't think this is refreshing right. Yeah, see, question mark. There we go. I think I was replacing it too fast. See, now it's capped off at 4 hours. See, like, I want the Rusty Dust to feel bad. Because it's easier now to get a huge farm that takes nothing but a couple days to get huge harvest from, right? Like, once you get a farm started, you know, you're pretty good to go. And a non-mage can grow this stuff too. And the idea is a non-mage would want to grow this stuff to be able to trade to a mage for things, right? For services. So I don't mind the idea of like 1 Rusty Dust equaling 5 minutes. Because a regular player doesn't have much use for Rusty Dust anyways. 10 minutes, I guess, is okay. Right? But that's starting to hit the sweet spot of, well, I don't really need a mage because I have 64 Riftbloom plants that I can harvest and get, you know, a stack of 64 every, if they don't use rifts, right? Every 4 days, I believe, is the cycle to get it to grow. So 4 in-game days. And again, you don't have to do any fertilizer. You don't have to worry about watering. You don't have to worry about, like, it's basically just time. And you can grow this stuff in the winter. So making dust only 5 minutes is not bad, just less effective. Yeah, that's why I was wondering, like, if I got those two confused, right? A Rusty Dust being 5 minutes a hit, and then a Cast of Transmutation being, like, 15. Or better yet, like, I could make it 20. That way, 2 casts of Transmutation would get you the full 40 minutes, which is a whole day-night cycle. And the mage actually need it in abundance, yeah. With that perspective, 5 minutes for dust doesn't seem that bad, as long as dust is the worst option. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So maybe... Because at this rate, right, to last 1 in-game day, if it's 5 minutes, right, that's gonna take 8 dust. So if you have 8 dust, you can fully charge that. You could charge whatever it is for a full in-game day, which is 40 minutes. Or a mage can come and just cast Transmutation 2 times on it, and it gets 40 minutes that way, which is a whole in-game day. It says 1 day on the tooltip. For what? For Rusty Dust? I think Transmute should be powerful. Make it not a chore to recharge. 20 would be fine, I think. Maybe 40. Maybe 40. So each hit of Transmutation could give you a full day of runtime? You think that's good? Oh, for the Riftbloom, says it grows in 1 day. Actually, I think it's 2 days. It's 1 day per cycle to mature, right? So if you have... Right, like a Riftbloom... Here, let me get a seed. Right? So it will sprout in about a day, right? So let's do that. Let it catch up. Oh, did I do it? There, it should definitely be within a day now. Will sprout in about a quarter of a day. Okay. So mature at about 1 day, which should be that is about a day. Let's go 1 hour above. So that'd be 2. So I think it's 2 days instead of about 1 day. Let's take a quick look here. There we go. So that should be a day. So it looks like that's wrong up top. Because I think it should be 2 days per cycle. And then the accelerated basically changes it to a day. So that, yeah, so I guess the top's wrong. Did they change something in 1.22, like the way timestamps are? Because I know that was working fine before. For the Rift Bloom, says it grows in a day. Now that's too much. Transmutation's not a WoW solution, it's just a quick recharge. My issue with using transmutation to charge a botanical was that I felt like I was just standing there casting for 5 minutes. With a tier 2 runestone powering it, what felt tedious. 40 is too much, but 5 was just too low. 15 might be just right. I mean, if we split the difference, if I make it 20, that's half a day, right? So 2 charges, 2 hits of transmutation would get you up to a full day's worth of gameplay. Because right now it's only 5, and to get that, you're going to be casting transmutation 8 times currently. So I'm thinking, like, 20 may not be too bad. 5 for Rusty Dust, right? So it's going to take 8 Rusty Dust. Basically, this is becoming either 8 Rusty Dust or 2 casts of Transmutation. Right? So what, 6 mana? Make it 15 then. Makes it waste a bit of mana. You know, 15's actually not bad considering the caps I have. Because I'm incrementing things in time in like hour time, so 2 hours, right? That would be 8 casts of transmutation would get that thing maxed out for the 2 hour mark, which is 2 in-game days. Or well, it would be more, right? Be almost 3 days, 3 in-game days. That's where I'd probably go 20. So you get an even day on 2 casts. Well, how about I do this? I'll do 5 and I'll do 20. These are just defaults, and you guys can change these into configs. There you go. 5, so 8 Rusty Dust gives you a day, or 2 casts of Transmutation gives you a day. Hey-o! Man, we're having I love that we're having a whole chat about this, but it seems like there are more opinions on Rusty Dust amounts than making the mana vault. Hey guys, how much should a mana lacrima hold? Radio silence. Although I do love this. If you guys have any other suggestions on what good default values are, like, you know, now's the time to talk about it. Like, I can change any of this stuff for, like, the defaults. Like, if, you know, if there's something where it's like every gameplay, you know, it seems like people are, you know, go into the configs and change these 5 things to be something better. Like, if you guys tell me what those things are, I can just change the default. Right? So that's one less thing people have to touch. 100, 500, 1,000. Currently, it is 100, 1,000, and 10,000. So what do you guys think? Should it be like 100, 500, and 1,000? Like a billion. 1 million mana. Hey, you gotta appreciate the feedback when you get it. Well, yeah, it's definitely definitely true. Please make transmute 1 default cast shorter. 3 seconds is too long. It's only 2 seconds, isn't it? It's 2 seconds. It's not 3. And it's configurable. Yeah, it's a 2-second cast time by default. So if you're running with 3 seconds, chances are someone changed a config option on you. If you're connecting to a server, chances are they changed it. Make it 0.5. Make it instant cast. That seems too low. There are some spells that cost almost 100 by themselves. Yeah. Well, that's why I went with the numbers that I did. So, I mean, we have to think of this in another way, right? What's to stop someone from getting a chest, right? And, like, placing a chest down and loading it up with, you know, a handful of lacrimas, right? Because all these can be placed in here. And you can easily, you know, pop that out, right? Because it keeps it, and we could pop that in and place that down and store whatever we want in here, right? So really, when we're talking about the max amounts, we do have to keep in mind what the maximum is for, like, the spells, right? What's going to be worth it. Right, and what the caps are, because if the maximum storage cap is too much, people aren't going to really care about getting extras, right? Like, it just basically lives in here, and in which case, why did I make it an item that you could pull out? Well, I guess for the mana distillery, right? And I figured, like, tier 3, maybe 10,000's too much, maybe 5,000 is a better number for, like, the maximum. Or maybe 2,000 is a better, like, 200, like, maybe it could be like 5,000, like 100, right? I think we can all agree maybe 100 in the start as a tier 1 mage. You know, that could maybe be inflated. What if I did 250, 1,000, and like 4,000 or something, or 5,000 for that? That way it's better, right? This would be a 4-fold increase to here, and it would be a 5-fold increase for here. Or wait, 250. You know what I mean. 200, 1,000, 5,000. You think 200, 1,000, 5,000? 1,000 middle is a good anchor. I think so too. I feel like it's just enough to where, like, it's worth to have a couple extra. Let's do this here. Oh wait, those are the references. Let's go into the mod config. So we're thinking 2,000 or 200, 1,000, 5,000. 5,200. There we go. And again, you guys can change these. We're just talking about the default. I don't think anyone would fill the 10K in a reasonable playthrough. Kind of depends. There is a way that I know of that you could cheat mana with this system. and it's diabolical. And I won't say it on stream because that means that I'll be forced to fix it. Should I tell you? Should I tell you? I don't know. I'm feeling kind of lazy. Feeling kind of lazy. Yeah, boost your lower tier, but reduce your max tier. Too much in my opinion, but I'm all in for punishment. Well, how much mana do you... I think I made it to where a tier 3 mage, if you are wearing mage armor, gives you 500 mana, right? I think it's 500 mana. So for the archmage stuff, you would have 100 from the legs. 50, wait, 150. So 300. So that's an extra 300 max mana plus the bonuses to your meditation tick, right? So just being a tier 3 mage and meditating, you can get a burst of mana. You know, for your mana cap, right? And then to get to tier 3, you probably have, what, like another 150 to 200 mana? So to estimate a tier 3 mage having 500 mana wouldn't be too bad. With the extra mana ticks and everything for meditation, the fact that your Riftbloom Tea buff effect will also increase in potency as well, which will increase in further potency if you drink from a Lacrima. Like, there are a lot of ways to get a bunch of mana kind of quick. So having this, and see, it's a config, so it's still the old 10,000, but let's pretend that says 5,000. And it's a battery that you could take out and put in. So 5,000, I think, is a sweet spot for, like, tier 3. That's just enough to where, if for the 200 and 300 being 500, right? 10 times getting your temporal stability back, right? Meditating with the resonance, right? The talisman of resonance. You know, like meditating with this, right? To lower the stability. Like, there are a lot of things you can stack to get mana rapidly. So I think 5,000 sweet. 1,000 for tier 2, so a tier 2 mage, you're getting maybe 100 to 150 mana just from your tier 2 armor, right? Your mage armor. And then add another 100, maybe 50 to 100 mana, right? So if you're sitting at like about 200 max mana, we'll say, maybe 100, we'll round down, right? And say, okay, 150 max mana. You know, let's round up and say 200. By the time you can get the stuff for like tier 2, you know, like the bigger tier 2 mana Lacrima, if that's 200, so that's 5 cycles, right, of meditation. And then the tier 1 being 200, I think, is more than enough, because your max mana is going to be 50 at best, right? What's the tier 1 mage armor? What is that number? So 15 mana plus 5, so that's 20. So 30. So you get 30 mana right, like there, right? Plus the 10 default mana, so that's 40 mana. Plus the fact that, you know, to even make this stuff, you had to have cast spells at some point. So I'd say 50 mana being the max here is a pretty good number. So yeah, you would have 4 cycles, and then you could fill this up. I don't think that's too bad. I think the fact that you can take out and store it elsewhere should be reason enough to lower it. Yeah, that's the other thing too, right? Like I could, oh, pop this right out. Boop. Pop it in the old chest or place it on the ground, right? And it keeps the tagged information. Right now, I could put it in here. There it is. Mana ready to be siphoned. Num num num. But you also don't want the act of charging your batteries to become, all right, I gotta change this out again. See, that's a good point too. Oh, talking about adding tiers to the existing Essence Lacrimas. I've maxed the current neutral before, clearly the light Essence Lacrima. Yeah, we're talking about mana Lacrimas now. Mana storage. Num num num. I mean, so let's delete my config. Yeah, we're gonna take a look at. I think 200 is pretty good for like starting off, right? By the time you can make this, you're going to probably have your mage armor on. And I'm not even counting meditation insight. I mean, that alone, like, that could get you 50 to 100 additional max mana for the average player. All right, so 200, 1,000, 5,000. Num num num. Then again, I'm all the mana you will ever need. All the mana you will ever need and more. I don't know, guys. What do you think? You think this is good? Tier 1. Let's talk about each tier. Tier 1, 200 mana. Yay or nay? This little guy holding 200 mana. Kind of like the idea of 250 mana. I don't know why. But 200 mana. Yay, yay, alright. 200 mana is good. Also takes a bish to craft. Yeah, right? This isn't gonna be cheap. It's like hearing a finisher. Let's set the mood a little bit here. Let's get here. Hop to another. So 200 mana, we're good. Now you're a tier 2 mage, and you got an upgrade. 1,000 mana, yay or nay? It's 1,000 mana. I think that's the sweet spot, right? Like you probably got one of these little guys filled up to maybe 200 mana. You know, your upgrade's going to consist of siphoning mana out of this, right, and pumping mana into this, right? Yay! 800? Vice isn't gonna be cheap. Also, Vice, people are going to have chests full of these. Yeah, that's true. Am I wrong? You know, because it's hard to cater to, you know, people's play styles. Like, you know, if you know the little tips and tricks that are in the mod, I mean, resources and stuff are not as abysmally bad as some people make them out to be. So you think maybe 800 mana for that? 800? See, that would be a ×4 increase. So, and then maybe, you know, this is a little beefier, right? I love odd numbers. I don't know. Maybe 1,000's good. I think 1,000's good. And I think 5,000's good. I'm going to make an executive decision because for a little while now, we haven't really added anything more. we haven't really worked on the block itself. Yeah, and then a 5,000 mega battery. Now, guys, let's talk negatives. I really want to give you guys a debuff for storing and or retrieving mana. I want to give you fatigue. So for 5 seconds after you interact with this, you cannot sprint. Your body's weakened. What do you think? What do you think? Can I sell you on this? Can I sell you on a little bit of suffering? Magic ain't easy, guys. Just for a quick 5 second, maybe 10 seconds max. 10 seconds max. The idea is I don't want you to set this up with a boss fight, right? And think that you could just kind of sprint around all super cool and start siphoning mana mid-boss fight and come back around, right? Putting the fear of not being able to sprint for like 10 seconds would be enough to, you know, because if you're in your house too, you know, like somewhere safe, this debuff does nothing to you. Go for it. That keeps me from carrying the Mana Vault and Lacrima instead of stacks of potions. That's what I'm thinking, right? Because we have a mana distillery to make where you could take this saturated orb of wonderfulness, place it in, and start brewing potions. Wish you could tie it to how much mana people actually have so that it differs from mage to mage depending on how much max mana they have. You mean the maximum amount that the Mana Lacrima can hold? It's a quick combat debuff. Think that's good. You see, the problem, man, away is when like what if two of us are standing here, right? I have 50 mana, you have 500 mana, right? And I see a max of, let's say, 500 mana, you see a max of 5,000 mana. We could both interact with the same thing. I now have to keep track of how much mana each player has on interaction with the stored mana amount, right? So we would all see different things. Does that really... That doesn't make sense to me, right? That sounds like wiggle room for people to interact weirdly with this stuff to get past limits. You know what I mean? Am I wrong in thinking that? I'm all for that as a mechanic to keep the potions useful. Yeah, right? Let's do it. I like giving you guys debuffs. All right, let's do this. I mean, because you guys asked for it. You guys really want these debuffs. I don't know what to say. RM helpers that... Oh, should I add confusion to it? What should I give you guys? Give you guys a fatigue, all right? I'll just do fatigue. We won't do frozen or anything. I'll just do fatigue. And I will give 10 seconds of fatigue to byplayer.entity. And we will do a quick check here. Cut. I will wrap this in an if statement because I don't want this packet to continuously trigger. We will say byplayer dot entity watched attributes get gotta think, is this in, I think this is an int. Yeah, let's get int. This is less than 10, right? And we'll do armor references dot fatigue timer with a default of 0, right? So if it's less than 10 seconds, go ahead and apply the 10-second debuff. That way, when it ticks down to 9 and you're still using this, it's going to refresh to 10. That's only fair. There you go. Fatigue. I can't sprint. There we go. Now I can. It did not reapply. Get int fatigue time. Is it an int or a float? I think maybe it's a float. There we go. I don't know. I'm all for the mechanic. Let's see here. How effective you use mana and not how much you accumulate. The mana comes down to purity, not amount. Yeah, we're talking about a different system, though. Right now, mana's pretty basic. 1 mana point equals 1 mana point. How big is your cup to hold it? I like to see some new spells someday that are powerful buffs that have drawbacks too. You have some already. Whispering Void. That gives you, it's basically walking meditation, but you can't sprint. And that is scary. Make it a buff debuff, 25% effectiveness with spells, but you are weak to take damage and you cannot run. Let me see what kind of debuffs I even have. So we got Blind, which makes the screen black. We have Confusion, which swaps out your movement keys. I love Confusion. Disarm, which makes you drop the item in your main hand. Drift, which makes you like randomly like drift up into the air. Fall damage can be a beast with that one. That I can't use drift at all though, because it's going to be annoying if you're trying to deposit mana and you start lifting up, right? Like lifting up into the air. Fatigue. I think fatigue also makes it to where you cannot jump. So you can't sprint and you can't jump. Flicker fire means like as you move, you take like damage over time. If you stay still, you're fine. Frozen plummets your body temperature. Lucent agony is if you are in a lit area, you will take damage over time. Mana burn, of course, is ticking down your mana, right? Like mana damage. Overgrowth is an interesting one. As you move, you get slower and slower until you get rooted, and then you have to stand still and not try to move for that debuff for your time to tick down and for you to be able to move again. Paralysis is, of course, not moving. Recoil is damage done to you from like a failed spell cast, right? Or a spell cast with issues. So it hits you and it knocks you back. That's what recoil is. Soul Rot, I don't think I ever fully implemented Soul Rot. It was supposed to be like a wither effect, but I ended up making something else for that. Stasis isn't used either. Stasis suspends all of your buffs. I was hoping the game would have like the like status effect system before I end up doing stasis, so that one's kind of work in progress too. Umbral Agony is if you are in darkness, it does damage to you. And then Weakness. I believe Weakness is what it sounds like, more incoming damage. Weighted makes it to where you fall like a rock. Like if something hits you with weighted and you're like swimming, you're sinking at that point. Weighted's kind of scary. And Wither. Wither is reducing your max health. Maybe Weakness should be one of the debuffs. So those are all my current debuffs. Get float. Right, send packet. I need to see what this timer is. I don't remember if it was a float or an int. It's an int. Okay. Thank you, Past Vice. So let's swap this to int. Swap this to int. So if that is less than 10, make it 10. I should probably do a less than or equal to. Maybe I can have it to where it's like 9. I guess that doesn't matter. That's good enough. Does that method run only for the first time a player interacts, not as the mana value increases or decreases? Mana value in the vault? It should be trying to trigger a handful of times. That's why I wanted to put that limit on it. So we're like, you know, every second to reapply. See, like, it should have reapplied it, but it did not. Let's get a couple print statements here. Let's do RMR references dot logger 1 2, right? Something like that. That's going to be easy to see. So it looks like it should be reapplying it, which is interesting, but it's not updating here. Yeah, look at that. So it's not refreshing. Oh, wait a minute. I need to send this through a packet. I know why it's doing that. If I do this, let's do by player dot entity dot world dot side. Bet you it says all client. It doesn't say server. Yeah. Client, 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 client. It's all client side. Because I'm interacting with the selection box, so I need to send a packet to the server to let it know you got a debuff. And then everything will fall into place. That's why it's weird. Oh man, I don't want to make another network packet. This sucks. Yeah, so all of this should be packetized. Do I already have a way to do this? Right, because that's in here, right? So if this is server, right? This is where it's getting cut off. Let's see what else we have here. RM helpers dot. So that's applying all the different debuffs. Okay, send packet applies specific debuff. That is, these all up here are just specific wrappers for this. Right, so that's wrapping it up here and autofilling. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make something that originates from the client that then tells the server to apply the debuff. Or else if you play on a multiplayer server, you will never get this debuff. Or at most, it'll give you a broken debuff, right? It'll say you have a debuff, but it won't actually apply any of the limiters on it. You are powering yourself after... Oh yeah, mana vault... mana value in the vault. Wait, does that method run only the first time? Oh, okay, I read that. I'm getting so lost in thought, I'm losing track of chat. You are powering yourself after all. Depositing should just be fatigue. Drawing out should be the buff debuff. So, should I even bother buffing or debuffing you? Maybe placing mana in. Is he fatigue? I don't know. See, like, mana weight, you make sense with what you said. Depositing, like, having that mana draw out of you, like, that could be fatigue. But that's not what I'm worried about people, you know, getting one over. You know what I mean? Like, I'm worried about people coming up to it and siphoning mana out to fill their mana pool. Oh, and I didn't put a limiter on here so I could keep taking mana even though my mana's full. Let's fix that. All right, so if your stored mana, let's go down here. Let's move this. Right, so let's step through this. You are not sneaking, so your mana is greater than the total mana. Right, so if you are at max mana already, stop. That makes sense. Do that. Let me see here. RMR references dot logger. I just wanna see this ticking here. So I'm at max mana, so it is getting past here. And it should not be. Is it an int? Yeah, okay. So current mana is indeed an integer. So my current mana would be whatever my max is, so we'll just say 300. If that is greater than or equal to your maximum, that's what the problem is. There we go. It stopped. Because it never got that tick above what the max is, so it allowed you to infinitely drain things. That's better. Okay. I thought I had a problem with my logic there. All right. How long do you think until this update releases? Pretty soon. I could release it now. Like it is working. I can pop stuff in here. I can siphon it back out and it stops, right? That's good. For now, I guess I don't necessarily have to. I mean, I don't have to have a debuff. I don't know, guys. Should I just create the network packet and, like, you know, the proto contracts and everything I need to trigger this client side, so to give you a fatigue debuff? Seems like more of a thematic thing than an actual mechanic. I always make sense. It's like my superpower. Should I bother with the debuffs? Man, fatigue is brutal. No sprint, no jump. Oof. What do we think? Debuff. You think it would be cool, but ultimately it is your choice. So we got one pro. Honestly, I don't think the debuff will really do much at 5 seconds, just more of an annoyance, IMO. Well, that's why it would put it on for 10 seconds, right? So by using this, it puts a 10-second debuff on you. Is it needed? Let's fast forward, right? What's to stop someone from going out into the wild, placing one of these down, popping in a mana lacrima, and drinking from it, than just using a potion? And bringing potions with you. Other than the fact that you'd be able to chug a potion to get like 250 mana back like that. Right? So like time would be a factor. But as we test it out, right? 1 minute 15 seconds, I can dump and or retrieve 300 mana from a lacrima. I just have to stand still and hold click for, 1 minute 15 seconds. And the debuff has to be enough to where it doesn't really affect you when you're at home, somewhere safe, but if you're out in the wild, you want to think twice. I could give you a cocktail of it too. I can give you fatigue, which makes it to where you can't sprint or jump, and weakness. And weakness, that makes it to where like any hits you take are magnified. I think they hit 50% harder. I think that's what weakness does. It's either 50% or 25%. One of those. But it makes incoming damage hit you harder. It's so you can't abuse it effectively in a fight, as an example. Yeah. Takes more slots and takes longer. Also makes an effective use of potions. You need to work for the good stuff. I can see how that could invalidate potions a bit. Yeah. I don't care about how much, but that's my stance. All right, let's do it. I'll make this packet. Network packet. Probably should do it. If not now, then later. Yeah, I might as well do it now. Make draining mana also drain your HP. I like the idea of throwing weakness on you. Like you have like 20 hit points, max hit points. That 20 becomes 10 for the duration until that debuff wears off, and then you get your 20 max hit points back. And if you take no damage, then you get your full health bar back. If you take any damage during that time, right? So if your 20 health goes down to 10 and then you take 5 points of damage, when your health pool goes back up, you're going to be stuck with that remaining 5 health. It doesn't heal you for the difference. That's another thing we can do too. Weakness would be a good choice to prevent using it in fights. Yeah, let me double check that weakness is doing what I think it's doing. It's all the helper stuff. Let's damage modifiers. Here we go. Buff system. So this is running the weakness logic. Okay, so weakness doesn't really have anything here. Weakness is held... I believe in here, in my modifiers. Crap, where did I put it? I remember doing this when I was on the cruise. A vivid memory. I remember looking outside and seeing the water and sitting at the desk with, like, I had room service, like, shuttling me drinks. And I remember putting in weakness. I forgot how weakness actually gets applied. I thought it was with modifiers, but it may not be. All right, so that's counting down that logic. Yeah, and I intentionally left that empty. That was the old way of applying things. That's the new way. Elemental damage modifiers. I thought it was in here. No, it was the mod system. This is where it is. Maybe? Shit, did I not make weakness actually cause weakness? Let me think. I may... Ooh. Weakness may actually do nothing, guys. Weakness may actually do nothing. Oh, no. I never finished the weakness debuff. I think I'm remembering. When I was going through this stuff, I do remember taking a break to go down to, like, the first floor on the cruise ship, because there was an ice cream place where you could get these, like, big milkshakes. Like, they weren't like milkshakes, but they were the Italian ice cream. And I remember going down to get the vanilla truffle, like turtle truffle thing. Maybe I lost track. Maybe that's where that's where this fell through. His weakness should have been in here. Right, because we got spike shield. Oh, here it is. Here it is. No, I did it. Okay. Yeah, so weakness increases the amount of damage you take. That's right. So you get increased damage taken. Here, let me see here. It kind of looks like it's for just elemental stuff. So weakness doesn't affect you with physical damage. It's elemental damage as of right now. And that's it. And it doubles the amount of incoming damage. Fuck that. Weakness just got some teeth. I'm eventually probably gonna make something in here. I want this logic separated, but basically, if it's elemental damage, treat it one way. If it's non-elemental damage, treat it another way. I may end up breaking this up into two, like elemental weakness and physical weakness. Like a magic weakness and physical weakness or something like that. There we go. So now weakness should double the amount of damage that you get. So I'm going to give you guys a cocktail of weakness and fatigue using this for maybe no more than 10 seconds. How about 15 seconds? No. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Now that shall be people's punishment. All right, let's go to proto contracts. Why don't I have anything here? Let's close out some of this stuff. I can close that out, close that out, close that out. And take a look here. So that's going to be sending a particular packet. Which is this. So copy. Stabilize, exhaustion, it's regeneration. Some packet debuff blind. Trying to think the best way to do this. All right, I have an idea. Let's copy this. Paste in this helper. This is going to be player debuff, player debuff from Mana Vault. And I'm going to copy this, paste that here. Here, let's pull this out. PC player debuff from mana. I should say maybe player apply debuff from Mana Vault. Okay, so that proto contract's made. Now let's register it. In the handler. And where do I want to put this? Where did I put it? Here. Here. Copy. There we go. So I will keep these together. Copy, paste. This is going to be the new proto contract right here. Copy. Paste. Come on, asshole. Paste. Oh my fucking god. I fucking hate this. There we go. Oh god. It's brutal doing that. Copy. Paste. This is going to be server. There we go. Save. Now let's go into here. And let's check for this. Copy, paste. Go back to the proto contract, copy, paste, 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 and paste. There we go. And then in here, this is where I would want to move this. Copy. Paste, and this is going to be from player dot entity. Copy, paste, and then let's give you a touch of weakness as well. Excellent. So that's good. Now I can go back into the helpers here because we need to kind of fix this, right? So if we go back into here, copy the keyword, paste, and paste. Let's go back into the proto contract, right? So it's talking about a spell name. We actually don't need anything. We don't need to pass any additional information in here, which means this can go away as well. It could just be the packet itself. So that should do it. We're going to build. And that was successful. So this should successfully, from the client, right? We're gonna hit that selection box to either put mana in or take mana out. I will let the client tell the server, hey, I'm interacting with this, punish me. The server can then apply the debuffs and then send back to the player your timer for said debuffs. Brilliant! I'm getting kind of hungry and I have to pee. And it looks like tornado time is gone. Although it is raining. But we no longer have a tornado warning. Yay! All right. Right click. Or store. There we go. Right, this way. Something's still weird. What did I miss? Oh, I never actually call it here. Duh. Mana Vault. Apply debuff from Mana Vault. There we go. And it's going to take world player in I don't need spell effect ID. I just need world and player in. So world is going to be byplayer.entity.world and then byplayer.entity. Copy. And same thing here. There we go. Now it's going to send the stuff. Let me let all of this tick away. Here we go. So there it is. There it is. See? Steady at 9. And as soon as I stop, it starts ticking down. But if I start siphoning mana, it's back to 9. Whoops. There we go. Oh, this feels bad, guys. I can't jump. I can't sprint. And I would take double damage for that time. Ah, there we go. Oh, feels bad. Feels bad. All right, punishments are in. Boop. Good enough. All right. I think the mana vault is pretty much done. I guess it's not. Now I need to. I still need to do the textures, right? For the there's textures here, like on each side, right? Here and here on each side. I have to put runes on there. How do I want to do this? Would runes make sense? Or should it be I could draw something here? Make it kind of glow a little bit? And then something here as well, like the whole thing is turned on? See, and if I'm at max mana and I'm trying to siphon it, and I can't. Right? But if I store stuff, we'll fill this up. Yeah, this isn't bad at all. Like, I'm not double clicking. There we go. See, and I can't take any more. I can't put any more mana in, so my debuffs are just kind of wearing away. There we go. I hate that it does that. Freaking, can the next update please give us a status effect system, please, that I can just tap into? Maybe Santa will bring it for me this year. Yeah, weakness would be a good choice for preventing using it in fights. Yeah. I'm kind of wondering if I should have fatigue be 5 seconds and weakness be like 15 seconds. Or maybe weakness is like the thing that hits harder. Now, what if... What if we do something like that, where 30 seconds after you touch this, you're prone to take double damage? And then 15 seconds after, you're walking sluggish. What do you think? What do you guys think? Not too bad. Not too bad. Maybe the fatigue is too much. Maybe fatigue should be 10 seconds. But weakness, I want weakness to be the thing that hits harder. 10 seconds for weakness? What do you guys think? Weakness and fatigue, more punishment. Still on the mana vault, counting your mana as purity. So a low-level mage see and store less mana. Well, low-level mage is going to see and store less mana because they can't make the expensive stuff. Don't want to walk slow that long. Yeah. See, fatigue is interesting, right? Like, I mean, should it be 5 seconds for fatigue then? Because I feel like weakness, I mean, I could have that be a minute, right? 30 seconds I think is decent, right? By the time 30 seconds is done, you've probably already collected food, you know, got your weapons in line, right? You're leaving your house and leaving your front yard by the time weakness is kind of ticking off. So what, fatigue, 5 seconds? What do you guys think? Think that's a little better? Because 10 seconds does feel a little long, just kind of walking around. Like, it's temporary fatigue, right? Temporary. Don't want to walk slow that long. I wish more people would embrace odd numbers. 7 seconds. No, 5. I'm giving you 5 or 10. 7 seconds feels like a choice. You know, like I'm intentionally doing it. What do you think? 7 seconds? You think 7 seconds, man, away? 7? Still feels too long to me. Let's see what it feels like with 5. See what it feels like with 5. Just enough, right? So here I am, Mr. Mage, right? Bam, I did it, right? I can't sprint. I just finished. I'm walking upstairs. Now I can sprint again, right? I think that's good. Because remember, you can't jump either. So if you do something like this... Right here, there we go. Right? I can't jump up here. Now I can jump. And fly. I'm thinking 5 seconds is pretty good. It's perfect. And I think I do embrace odd numbers. I think I've done 7 seconds for a couple things. But I think it just feels... It's a fine line between being overly punished, right? I think the weakness is good. I think 5 seconds, right? Temporary body shock. Okay, what else are we working on here? We can store mana. Pop this out. Texture. Oh, the textures. Fine, I relent. Fine, Vice. I need to do the textures. I don't want to do the textures, but I need to do the textures. Alright. This. Let's do file, open. Mana Vault. How do I want to do this? Face 0, 0 is the start, right? 2 to 10.5. I would want this whole thing to be 16. Thinking like a 4 by 16. I think 4 by 16 is what I want here. Four by 16. 2, 3. This will also be 4 by 16. 4, 16. Ooh, wrong. Okay, I want to disable everything there and then only enable the up. That's what I want. I guess I never finished this. 4 by 16, and on this brace, disable all faces, only show me up, enable 4 by 16. Let's give these a little glow. Let's do 50. 50, 50, 50, and 50. Now the top part, which will be that, 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 and that. All right, and this should be probably 4. Let's do a 4 by 12. Four by 12 and 4 by 12. There we go. File, save. See, when we could do animations, these will be spinning. And I'm going to have a separate animation for the bottom ring to spin as well. Pause. File, save. Reload. And while that loads, we're going to go into the textures. Where did all my textures go? Add existing item. Oh, I think I made a folder and I never added it to my project. So let's go into resources, Rustbound assets, Rustbound textures, blocks, stations, Mana Vault, add. Yeah, because there's a whole file missing out of here. Cancel. Show me hidden stuff. There we go. Yeah, let's go ahead and add. There we go. Include in project. There you go. These are all the extra ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, then 1, 2, 3, 4. So if we look at this now, right? This is the standard pixel size, and now it's like a finer pixel size, right? It's more compact because we just rescaled it. So now I can go into here and this is 4 by 12. But this is 32 by 32, so let's do that. So we should see something like this, and then we shouldn't see any red if we got the scaling right. Well, fast, I think a sluggish spin would be better. Well, no, it's I don't do the animation speed from the VS model creator. I do that by code. So at the time when you run the animation, you can set the way of transitions, the actual rotation speed. It's better to do it through the code than that. See, I have it spins so fast here in the keyframes because there are technically 36 frames. So, and I'm dividing that up into, 360 degrees basically, right? When you account 0, because it's dividing it by 10. So I'm making sure each frame, right? Like the animation, I want to complete one spin, not one spin plus a little bit, and then you get like a little glitch back or anything. So this is a smooth transition on a loop. And then I lower the animation speed. So you get the speed there with the smoothness. So that more smoothness than speed, yeah. Smoothness I do through here, the actual speed is through code. It is actually right here. So the animation speed would be pretty slow with the weight and the added averages and everything. Okay. Did I change it for default or tier 1? What is this? Okay, this is default material, which should be this guy. Here, let's change tier 1. And let's get rid of that. Let's just have that be transparent. There we go. That looks good. And that looks good. Reload. Let me in. Not seeing what I would expect to be seeing here. Oh, wait, it's the top I'm looking at, not the side. I think I got the wrong ones. Maybe it's not material. What is material 11? Ah, crap. Let's pull up VS Model Creator. File, open. open. So the brace 22. Where's the shape? Right here. Oh, that's material 1? No. Oh, outer. Wait, outer. Okay, wait. Outer brace is material 1. That inner brace. Oh, snap, son. Okay, outer. That needs to be 11. Yeah, I gotta remap these. Okay, so outer brace 26. That needs to be 11. 19. And that's 11. And 29. That is 11. And then this, copy, paste. Actually, shit. That's not what I wanted to do either. Crap. I gotta think this through. Undo. So let me start here. So brace 22 is the... Yeah, we'll start with brace 22. So that will be 11. Then 29 will be 12. Technically, that would be 13, then 26 would be 12. That leaves 19. All right, that should be 14, right? 11, 12, 13, 14. And then for the top parts, we're going to start here, right? So that's going to be 9. Copy, paste, right? So that would be 15, 16, 17, and 18. And I also have these runes here that we could also map to, but I'm not going to. Yeah, everything else should be good. File, new, yes. Fireball, and here we go. Okay, so now we should be seeing what I would expect to see. It was just repasting the default, the material 1. Which is just a duplicate of the texture underneath it. Okay. See, there it is. Although now I got them flip-flopped. That should be material 11, 12, 13, 14, and then 15, 16, 17, 18. So I should start with the top down. Okay, okay. We got this. So that should be 11, 12, 13, 14. Then this would be 15. This would be 16. This is 17. That is 18. There we go. So we should see no red, and it's going to be the top. Is going to one of the tops going to have the little image we made, and then what we're going to do is we're going to take some runes and kind of paste some runes in these new textures at random. There we go. That's what I would expect. And if we look a little closer, right, that's the default image. And then that's the new textured one. It actually, the pixel count's a little more dense. So that one's running actual transparency, and that's the mask on top, like the overlay on top. So let's go and open in File Explorer. So now we have all this to do. All of this to do. Copy 12, 13, 14. Tier 2, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Tier 3, 11, 12, 13, 14. Then default 11, 12, 13, 14. There we go. File, save all. So I shouldn't see much of a change. All the stuff on top should look like whatever the original bottom texture is. There we go. So it's all kind of hidden. I see no red on top, so the scaling's right. And we can now see the colors underneath, and it's not just that gray on top. We got our colors back. See, that's what it is before, and that's the after. Now I can go back into get rid of some of this stuff. There we go. So for tier 1, just for the sake of doing something, I could do a quick test like this. I think I'm going to have to make it a 64 by 64. Let me see what my textures are already for active. So this is already a 32 by 32. Eesh. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. So really, copy paste. It would be something like this. Copy paste. So that is my actual range. Bzz, bzz. Okay, so that looks a little better. So within the red is what I need to do with the texture, right? That's the amount of space that I have. Which is 6. Let's do image. How do I want to do this, guys? Image resize. If I do a 256 by 256, right? That would be a lot, right? 32. So the runes could go in here. Let's pull out a test rune. I've been streaming for over 4 hours. No wonder why I'm getting hungry. That doesn't look too bad. Like little runes drawn on it, so I have plenty of space to kind of put these runes here. Get bedtime 22 minutes ago. I should get to bed. Don't stay up on my behalf. Definitely get sleep if you need sleep. File save as 128. Let's see if I can get away with a 128. See, I could totally do some unique stuff with this. Right, let's try to spin a couple of these here. Because that looks good, but it looks too small. Well, I am yawning. That's a good first step. You gotta go replenish your mana. See, that looks pretty good to me. Well, not good as in the pattern, the sizing of the runes. That looks pretty darn good. And they all don't have to be runes either. I can draw things in here as well. Like maybe have one rune, like a rune in the center, and then some kind of pattern on top, like a orb or I don't know, something, like on each side, right? And then I just get more drawing space here. Which, let's... Let's draw a little something. Copy. Paste. And then maybe here. And let's go maybe a little darker here. Those are too big. The two forest one clip, just a smidge too large. Oh, you're talking about the 3 runes I put in? That's just for scaling. Nice. So the rune, it's nice because it keeps the transparency. And I can kind of draw like detailed panels and stuff into the sides. I don't like that color either. Like I probably would end up changing that. But I think 128 or 128. That gives me a lot of agency over this. But maybe it doesn't need to be 128 out of 128. Maybe I could try like a 64 by 64 and see what it looks like. Because you don't want too much detail. Oh, and the best part? Let's make it dark. I can inject... That's only a 50% glow. I can inject glow into this. Or not 50%, but a value of 50. Right, so if I make this like 250, better yet, I could probably, it's probably going to be easier to do it through here. Let's open this. And let's do a 240. 240. 240. There we go. I can make this stuff kind of glow in the dark. Right, so I put it in, right, and see it can like it won't emit light, but it will glow in the dark. This is a tough one. It's a tough one. I think we'll grab this and this. I'm off to bed. Will you have a great night? An excellent night. Let's do a 64 by 64. The best night. Ah, shoot. Meant to do... Hey. Yeah. So I am going to get cookies. In my area, we got a crumble cookie, which apparently is a place that specializes in just cookies, I guess. So I'm going to check it out. Let's see if that's good. I don't want something super high resolution, because that's going to make the you know, it's going to be a lot of texture bloat for the size. But like if this is good and it still looks good and it looks like it fits the shape, then I can because it's only 4, right? I can start consolidating textures. It actually doesn't look bad. That still looks really good. Although I'm not really seeing the gradient here. Not seeing the difference between those two colors, and it may be that way because I have it's so bright. Bet if I do this, I would see it. All right, and then we're gonna find someone to raid. Who is streaming? Who am I following? No one's really playing Vintage Story right now. So we are going to throw it to someone new. There we go. So I could see the difference now. Have a good rest of your stream. Lots of progress. About to get some gourmet cookies. You have a good night, Manaway, if you're still here. Have the best of dreams. The sweetest of dreams. Yeah, that looks pretty good. All right, who is playing Vintage Story? Throw it to someone new. Someone that I could maybe just like action roll out of. You know. What's this dude? More surviving the summer. Gruff Candor. Does guy speak English? Yep. He's tagged for English. We're gonna raid this guy. /raid Gruff Candor. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. Toy Story 5, yeah. Thanks for watching. We've made a lot of progress here. Again, the logic is good to go. This is just like extra credit. I'll probably work on the textures when I get back home. And then I will start looking. The last thing to do is figuring out the animations. I have to figure out how to preserve the animations, right, from the initial shape and inject those animations back in so that it actually spins, and then I can control it through code. So that's what we need to do, and that's what we will do. But yeah, can't wait for the release. Yeah, this is gonna be a good one. The Mana Vault, long time coming. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful day, and I'll talk to y'all later. Bye. Adios. See you later. Bye.